The Ahn ShinAe Show is sponsored by Anchor, the Democratic Republic of ShinAe, Pina Vega Entertainment Group, the ShinAe Corporation, and by listeners like you. Thank you. The thoughts, ideas and suggestions of Gage Kirby, the GC2 cult, the conservative right-wing media, and any form of media not promoted and or created by the Democratic Republic of ShinAe, Pina Vega Entertainment Group, or any member organization of the ShinAe Corporation, does not in any way, shape, or form, legally, realistically, or accurately represents the beliefs of the Ahn ShinAe Show, has no personal connection with any member of the Ahn ShinAe Show, and is in no way, shape or form an accurate or realistic representation of any member of the Ahn ShinAe Show. The Ahn ShinAe Show and Pina Vega Entertainment Group, along with the Democratic Republic of ShinAe, wishes you a wonderful, peaceful and beautiful Pride Month. You are valid and nothing will ever change that.
sure my audio is turned up appropriately. Let's see if he actually nuts up. I'm inviting you just to have a civil conversation, Lance. Look out. He's gonna leak my email. Oh no. What will I do? Besides not care. Because it's a secondary email. Oh no. Even if he does send me shit through my email, like realistically speaking, I could always just report him for that and fuck him up that way. I wouldn't want to, but if he does some really fucked up stuff, then I'd be more than willing to. Here's the thing, I'll be fair, I'll be civil, I won't be screaming at him and shit. I don't plan on screaming at him about anything. I just want to have a little chat. Because realistically, I don't see the point in screaming at him. It's not gonna accomplish fucking anything to scream at him like a nut. It won't get any point across to do that.
Hey, who are you talking to?
I'm just thinking out loud. Don't mind me.
Oh, I know your email address. I'll post on Twitter.
Oh no.
Leave me alone.
Oh no. Like, what are people gonna do with my email address? Just spam me with dumb shit?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's not like I could just set those to go directly to my spam or trash folder. I mean, you know the spam and trash folders exist in emails, right?
Of course I do. I also know where you work at.
Right. Yeah, what's my name again?
Oh god, I got a source. He sent me everything about you.
Yep. Well, go on then, lay it on me. I'm curious to see what you know.
I know you have 4 sisters and 2 brothers. I know that.
I've said that out loud before. In front of like dozens of people.
Your name is Gage L. Alvarez.
Oh no.
E-R-A-Z.
Alvarez? Oh no. What you think people are really gonna care what my name is?
Sounds like a Mexican name to me.
That sounds kind of racist.
I'm sorry about that. I take it back.
Seriously, don't say that kind of stuff, because that comes off as bigoted. Here's the thing, Lance, I'm such a small party on YouTube that no one gives a fuck what I do. Unless I'm doing something that's like legitimately criminal or dangerous, no one's gonna care.
You also work for a large meds parts manufacturer, is that true?
Yes.
And your average pay is $450 per week?
Yes.
Wow, you're rich.
No, I'm not.
So roughly $2,000 a month.
Nearly. That's before taxes.
My source says that you never hurt a kid or public woman in public records.
You mean public records?
Yes.
Because records and records, they're pronounced differently in different context.
Also, in 2011, you were convicted about something, manslaughter.
You mean I was charged and acquitted?
Yes.
You realize that if someone's acquitted of a crime, it means they've been proven innocent, and therefore that means absolutely nothing.
Okay, you were charged with possession of narcotics in 2019, in 2009, my bad.
And? Is that supposed to mean something to me?
You were in court-ordered drug rehab which you did complete. Is that true?
Yes.
Are you still on drugs?
I have mentioned before that I've been clean for over 10 years.
Because of the rehab?
Just in general, like, after rehab I didn't even want to touch anything, not because I was told not to by the court, but just because, like, I didn't want to fuck up my life and make my life harder because I was getting to be an adult soon and I didn't want to fuck up my whole life. And?
I'm just curious. I know all this stuff about you now.
Yep, I'm sure you do.
I tried to get more stuff about you, like your place or location, but I kind of backed down on that.
But you actually tried to get information that could be used to dock drop me.
Yeah, if you keep bothering me, I will ask for your address. Now stop bothering me.
I'm not bothering you, I'm just asking you questions and disagreeing with your opinion. That's not bothering you.
Well, stop commenting on these YouTube channels.
I wouldn't have commented in the first place if you didn't make it a point to be a pest to me. What I'm doing is simply in response to the stuff you do.
That's enough. I had it with you.
If you don't want people to say stuff about you, then don't start pestering them in the first place. I mean, did you ever go to, like, elementary school and you saw two kids arguing because one of them started something? Are you the guy that's like, I don't care if he started it, it's not his fault that he started it even though he did?
Yeah, we're acting like elementary kids here.
Not really, I'm just the adult that's dealing with another adult who acts like an elementary school kid.
Yeah, you're right, we're both adults. I mean, we should act our own age.
For you, that's far easier said than done.
The better thing to do is just to be listening to your logic.
That's the thing, Lance. I don't think logic even factors into the stuff you do anymore.
And now people just think I'm some cyber criminal.
Well, the reason people think you're a cyber criminal is because even though you yourself, and I am going to use your word, I am going to just play the devil's advocate for a minute, and just entertain the notion that you didn't, and just entertain the notion that you signed up accidentally. I'm just going to entertain that notion for a minute. Even if you did, for the sake of argument, sign up to what you did just by accident, out of curiosity, that still doesn't take away the fact that you still maintained a presence there for a while until you and Larson ultimately had that falling out. But the fact is, you were there for a pretty long amount of time before you just finally said, yeah, this is nasty, and got thrown out. Like, the moment you realized what people were saying and what they were talking about, that should have been enough for you to just nope the fuck out of there, but you didn't. Because you were so worried about getting famous that you weren't really concerned with who you were building support with. And that's not the way to develop friendships or acquaintanceships or any type of decent fan base, is to just start accepting people left and right, because that's really detrimental to you and to everyone involved, especially those who are caught in the middle who had nothing to do with it. I mean, Lance, back when you had that Discord up, the one that was up back when all this happened, you actually allowed people from that website access to that Discord that you had, and there were children in that Discord. Even though you knew what these people were talking about, and you knew just how screwed up they were. That's what makes people really, really fucking upset. It's because what you did could have... How should I say this politely? It could have fucked up a lot of people's lives. Children's lives. Not people who knew better, not people who knew what they were doing. Children, like legitimate fucking kids who could have had their lives destroyed by the people that you were allowing access to. I mean, even someone with a monicum of common sense would have the ability to just stop what they're doing and think about it before they do it. Here, like, how many times do you need to stick your hand in a bear trap before you realize that it goes off? I mean, it seems like you just don't learn your lesson, because every time something ends, you immediately try to start another controversy, or you try to get stirred up in some drama that you claim you don't want. So tell me, do you want notoriety because you think it'll make you famous, or do you want the attention because you believe that with the attention you'll grow?
Maybe for the notoriety part. But I didn't want that to happen in the first place. I was trying to stop them from going there, but I didn't.
The best thing to have stopped them from going there would have just been to not be involved at all. Let the people who dealt with it first be the ones to tackle the issue and bring the issue to people's attention. Especially people who are far more equipped and far more able to warn a larger group of people about it than people like you or I or anyone else. I mean, it's like that analogy with the kid and the traffic cop. Just because the kid puts on a badge and gets a gun and puts on a hat doesn't make him a cop.
Alright, interesting.
But the fact is, you understand way after the fact. You should have thought about this, like, during the process, or even a little bit before. It's like, will this be potentially negative? Can this possibly cause some problems down the road if I'm not thinking about it? I mean, these are things that you should put some consideration into, because if you don't, what happens is you end up burning a lot of bridges in rapid succession, to the point to where people constantly question your motives because they don't know what to believe. Because when people repeatedly have to question everything that you do, to the point to where they're not even sure if they can trust you in terms of why you say you're doing it, then it makes people have a significantly harder time believing that you're going to improve, that you're going to change, that you're going to mature, that you're going to learn. And if the past couple weeks are any indication of your ability to learn from your mistakes, I have to say I am not impressed.
Well, the thing is, my account's deleted now. I don't have to worry about it.
That doesn't mean that it just rewrites history. It's one thing to have not been there at all. It's another to have been there for months at a time, openly sat by and consumed the things these people were staring and saying, and then only after people started pointing out how fucking weird and creepy it was, that you started, like, saying, no, not me, no, that's not me doing that. It's like, well, at what point did at any point in time, before the whole controversy, did you ever think to yourself, maybe I shouldn't be doing this because I'm not dealing with this in an appropriate way?
Yes, and I regret it now.
But the fact is, like, why didn't you listen to those thoughts when it's like, maybe this is not the best way to handle it? Like, did you not listen to them because you thought you'd become famous? You thought you'd become, like, one of these, like, multi-100,000 sub, like, channels where people are just gonna start listening to you?
No, it's my downfall.
Now, according to this Razortooth person, they've told me a few things, but not necessarily a lot. They didn't go over everything that was said to them by you, because they wanted to be at least a little bit, as respectful as they can of the confidentiality between the two of you and the stuff that was being said. But the fact is, he brought up the fact that the reason you mocked me having an income was because I had a job. But why would you care if I have a job or not? Like, why is that a relevant point of contention in any argument?
Well, because you make money.
So does everyone else that has a job. I mean, no one's stopping you from going out and working. No one's stopping you from trying to develop skills where you can actually get a job.
but then they know about the dark past, so I can't get a job.
Here's the thing, Lance. Most people won't really know about shit like that unless they actually look up YouTube specifically for things about you. And the thing is, though, even if they did look up your YouTube channel, your channel didn't really have your name in it. They'd have to look up you by name, which most people probably won't figure that you'd be featured in a YouTube video. The thing is, though, as I'm currently aware, and I'm only going to use what I'm currently aware, is the fact that you currently, as far as I can tell, don't have a record for that I'm currently aware of, like in accordance with like California, like how like crime laws and everything. But the fact is, the only way that people would be aware of that is if you decided to like go around your workplace and start trying to proselytize about your channel and stuff. Like, that's the only time people would actually really be prompted to really look into it, is if you mention if you mention that stuff on social media, then people would most likely investigate it, maybe out of curiosity. That's the only time that people would actually really bring it up, unless you actually were convicted, which, as far as I can tell, again, you have not been according to public record. But the fact is, what you did could have went 500 times worse. And what you don't seem to understand is, like, even if you yourself are not arrested as of now, even if the cops are not necessarily at your door asking to talk to you, it's just the fact that you were well aware, after being on that site for like maybe even just an hour, maybe 20 minutes, when you start hearing people talk about wanting to diddle children and shit. Like, why would you still stay, like, seeing people talk about that? What would be the point?
I was there for a while, but I wasn't there for too long.
But what would be the point of staying if you're, like, aware of what people are talking about? That's what I don't understand. Like, the moment people start saying that, it should have been, okay, I'm getting the fuck out of here because this is nasty and fucked up.
To see what it was about, to feel disgusted a little bit to my stomach. And I was disgusted to my stomach the first time I visited.
Well, wait, the first time? What, you mean you came back?
No, I never came back. I left.
Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of Chania, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of Chania by sending in a citizenship request to immigration@protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of Chania is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of Chania on Amazon and the Not in Service series. We also have the Triggered series available on Amazon.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. Buy the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the Chania books today and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of Chania right now.
But why say the first time if you didn't come back?
Yeah, like I never came back. Like I never really visited recently. I'm staying the fuck away from that.
I mean, I remember a while ago. Now, this is me reaching back in the filing cabinet a little bit, because this happened last year. Either last year or earlier this year. I know it was... Yeah, it was last year. It was around fall of last year, if I remember properly. Where you had a live stream going on, and there were a bunch of people, and you actually looked up the website on the live stream on your phone, trying to see if it was reinstated. Because someone had mentioned as a troll that it was reinstated under a different name. Now, my question is this, because that greatly concerns me. Why would you want to be near that again if you had such a hard time with it the first time? That's what confuses me, is the fact that instead of simply saying, well, if it is up, I recommend that everyone report it. I recommend that everyone who's over the age of 18, try to see if you can report it to the FBI. But instead of saying that, or just simply saying, please don't go near that, it's nasty, it's screwed up, please report it to your local police if you can, try to get some type of way to get rid of it out there. But you didn't do any of those things, Lance. You deadpan, dead on, straight dead, tried to go to that site, despite the fact that you say you were just completely disgusted and abhorred by what's on it. That's what I don't understand about that whole thing.
Well, because I was confused. I didn't know what to do.
The best thing to do would have just been simply saying, well, if it is up, just report it. I'm not going to go near that shit because it was bad enough the first time. Well, I guess I should say the only time at that point. Now, here's the thing, Lance. Is there any particular reason why you were screaming at me and shit when I was just talking to you?
Oh, there was a reason. You wanted to stop commenting on my YouTube videos. Next time when you leave a comment, be nice. Don't be angry or rude.
Lance, I don't have to be nice to you. I'm an adult, Lance. We're not two children in elementary school that are forced to get along because we're in the same class. Because we are not of the same type at all. We're not. And honestly, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and it's an insult to me. Not as a content creator, not as someone who is an uncle who has 2 young nieces, not as someone who has a relationship or a job, but as just another person that's on spectrum, to see you, even if it's unintentionally, actually end up aiding in the stigmatization of people that are on spectrum with your behavior. It's people that behave like you, Lance, who make these like really fucking crazy, bombastic, like borderline, just like Jonathan Ross level kind of just these patterns that you exhibit. And it kind of gives everyone that doesn't know anything about people on the spectrum a nasty taste in their mouth towards people on the spectrum. To the point to where people are more likely to be made fun of and mocked and ridiculed for being on the spectrum because of what people like you and Ross and Chris Chan do. And that's one of my major concerns. That's one of my major points of contention that I guess I should have brought up in the comments, is the fact that by behaving the way that you do, by acting in such a foolish, reckless way, you are potentially causing other people to have a more difficult time getting, like, actually finding acceptance in a social group or in society because of their issue in relation to the autism spectrum. Because, unfortunately now, because of people like you and Jonathan Ross and Chris Chan and people like that, there is a stigma attached to autism where if someone is on spectrum, they're immediately typecast as the obnoxious, loud, crazy fucking man-child who's screaming at the top of their lungs and throwing shit across the room. Or just exhibiting a whole bunch of, like, really irrational, just nutty-ass behavior, and that's what kind of really grinds my gears about this whole fucking thing. Because it's a serious thing. Because what happens is, if people are misinformed or misdirected, especially about people who are on spectrum, it could actually end up resulting in a lot more people potentially even getting like legitimate fucking hate crimes.
Hey, I want to know, how's your wife doing?
Fine, why?
I know your wife is your weakness. If we talk about her, you probably won't even want to talk to me anymore.
What is there to say? Like, what really is there to say?
Like your wife, you know, she has a bottle. Maybe sometimes you can go screwty with it.
Is there something wrong with you psychologically, or am I just missing the point?
Well, if you talk about your wife...
I don't talk about her very much because I legitimately don't feel like dragging her into pointless YouTube bullshit. Like she has her own things. I'm not gonna drag her into shit like this because it's not fair to her. Like, you can try to talk smack about it, but realistically, like, what things can you say about someone that you know nothing about? You're essentially trying to use grains of sand as ammunition at that point. And there's nothing about sand that can actually compound and do shit. Unless it's actually tightly packed or in a bag or something, which you don't really have anything at all that could really add any weight to that kind of statement. I would also like just in retort to that, I would also advise the virgin not to give someone advice about sex, because they are the least informed and the least capable of giving any criticism in that regard. Like, none. I'm just saying, it's not a good argument if you're doing to say that kind of stuff. It doesn't make sense to do that.
Listen, I'll be right back. We'll talk more about your wife.
Right.
Oh, you got speechless there.
No, I'm just cracking my neck. It's kind of stiff. I'm gonna take a drink. Hang on. Not a bad flavor, but can't say it's really my favorite. Okay, well, if you need to go do something real quick, just go do it. I'll be right here. Do 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 do. Might as well just make like a gag sponsorship here, just for the sake of argument, just to entertain myself. Here comes the part where we wait for 20 minutes for him to run around his house looking for the shit to say. Insert foghorn leghorn music here. Part of me isn't sure if I should run to get my phone charger out of my car, because realistically speaking, I'm not sure if I even need it right now. I don't really need to charge my phone yet, but probably couldn't hurt to do it shortly. Cord long enough? Goddamn. It's a fucking long ass cord.
Gage Kirby, you gotta go out. Garrett's gotta go. Why is that water just there?
Took long enough. I don't even know if he's still here or if he took off. I don't fucking know. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I think I should just be playing some doo-wop music or some shit while I'm waiting for him to get back. I really hope this is gonna be like one of those things where the person like walks off and they're gone for like 45 minutes and the other person's just sitting there trying to entertain themselves by speaking into empty air. Do 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 do. It's like some like National Geographic music where there's like a lion attacking a gazelle. How is it that a person can have their own server but they don't assign roles? That's kind of concerning. I mean, at least some level of security would probably be a better idea than having no roles, nothing assigned. Especially when you have like 11 fucking bots sitting here and doing nothing at all. Keep in mind there are 11 bots and there are like 13 people offline. What, he went offline? Did he just like fuck off and leave? Like he just went offline for like 30 minutes while he goes to deal with something? I mean, I hope that's not the case, because I don't want to be sitting here for like 2 hours waiting for nothing. I mean, he's willing to start talking shit, but as soon as he starts talking shit and I respond with some facts back to him, he like flakes and falls apart.
How are you doing? What about your dad? Is he in the war?
He's fine.
Yeah, but was he in the war?
Mercenary.
Oh, interesting.
Not really.
Oh, it's really cool. I wish I was in the war.
No, you don't.
Yes, I
War
do.
is not
Don't
something that
worry.
people like seeing. seeing people get riddled full of bullets, stabbed, and blown up is not exactly my idea of a fun afternoon.
Yeah, it's a pretty good way to die.
No, the only time you should ever die is like when you're growing old and you've accepted life. Dying in war is essentially your way to die for no reason at all, except someone else is sent you there. War may be necessary, but that doesn't mean it's pleasant.
I'm sorry I made mom jokes about your mom.
I don't recall hearing them.
Your mom.
What about her?
What does she do? It's a really rude thing.
She's a nurse. Yeah, she's a nurse.
What about your suicide attempt?
Oh yeah. That was a long, long time ago.
Yeah, what did you try to do?
Well, I decided to try some pills, but that didn't work.
Overdose of pills?
Yeah, and the only reason it happened was because I was dealing with a problem the wrong way. But unfortunately, that's the only way that seemed to be the way out at the time. Like, I don't get why it is that's important to bring up, considering the fact that it has nothing to do with what's going on here.
What about at the gym? Did you exercise there?
Used to, but during the pandemic I wasn't able to go because they started closing everything down when it started last year.
No, I'm talking about at high school. Did you exercise at junior school, high school?
We had weights and we had Lifetime Sports, but that wasn't really just gym. That was essentially just everyone running around playing sports.
And I could imagine you were younger back then.
Everyone was.
You.
Well, yeah, everyone's younger in the past. That's why they call it the past.
My source says you were 13 back then. You have nothing to say about that.
What is there to say about it?
He's also saying something about an assault. Is assault.
Oh yeah, those two crazy bitches who fucking sexually abused me. Yeah, that's nice.
How did that feel? Did you take it lightly, hard?
Why would I be happy about that? That's someone that you don't like treating you that way. That's not... It's pretty fucked up, man, that you're trying to use that as an argument.
It's a poor shame someone assaulted you.
Well, of course it's a shame. It happens to a lot of people, unfortunately. But the difference is I don't constantly bang on about it.
I mean, it is part of your past. I also hear you have a gun. Is that true?
And? I follow the gun safety rules. It's always empty, it's always locked up, the safety's always on, and the keys are always put somewhere away from the gun.
So you don't go to no shooting range?
I will when I actually feel like it, but there's a lot of stuff I gotta take care of in my personal life. I don't really have a bunch of time to sit down and go to one. Not to mention the nearest one is a 2-hour drive away, and I really don't feel like driving 2 hours to spend 45 minutes shooting at a target.
I really like guns. You have a BB gun or a pistol?
It's a semi-automatic source.
Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of China, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China by sending in a citizenship request to immigration@protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of China is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of China on Amazon and the Not in Service series. We also have the Treasured series available on Amazon.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. By the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the China books studying and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China right now.
Muslim as 9.
Oh, nice.
Russian military.
Oh, you did some Russian stuff as well, like fighting. I don't know the name for
Yes, 4 years of Sistema.
Of what?
Sistema.
Sistema. Sounds fancy.
It's used by utilizing pressure points to disarm a target at close range.
So if you ever meet in person, you can disarm me and call the cops. I don't care.
Believe me, if I need to disarm someone, I'm not stopping at disarming. Like, if someone's actually a credible threat to someone's life, you don't stop at taking their weapon away. Because odds are they'll just try something else.
I should have learned karate, but I didn't.
Believe me, you do not need to know martial arts.
Or maybe I should practice on myself.
No, I just don't believe that you should be allowed to learn martial arts, because considering your level of maturity and how you handle things, you'd probably end up using it on the wrong person for the wrong reason.
Oh, maybe it's just for self-defense.
Self-defense, yes, but I hardly think that you'd have a reason to really defend yourself.
What kind of medication are you taking?
In terms of prescribed medication, I have things to help with knee pain, but aside from that, nothing.
Just knee pain, that's all you have?
Yes.
It gets worse when you get older.
Odds are it will.
How about pot?
Once in a while, yes.
What?
Once in a while, yes.
Oh, so you do.
It's legal in my state. And if I'm smoking, I'm not driving or operating anything heavy. If I'm smoking, I'm staying home. Same thing with alcohol. If I'm driving, if I'm drinking, I'm not driving.
Don't you follow the rules? You're a good person like me.
Why do you need to keep telling yourself that you're a good person?
Because I do the right stuff sometimes when it is necessary.
But why do you need to say that out loud? Why can't your actions just show that? Like, let your actions speak louder than your words. If your actions show more about you than the things you say, then that does not look good. Especially when you need to keep reasserting that you're a good guy instead of just simply saying, I want to be a good person because I realize this is the right thing to do, not because people will look at me good positively for it. It should not be a matter of public perception that makes you decide to do good things. It should be just the fact that it's the right thing to do that decides that.
Think of it as a reminder. What kind of booze do you like?
I drink whiskey here and there, but if I do drink, I'm not going anywhere.
Any kind of beer?
I don't like beer, it tastes like salt water.
Tequila.
I don't really like tequila, it tastes bitter.
White Claw.
Too weak.
So just whiskey.
Whiskey, vodka, rum occasionally.
Okay, that's interesting.
I don't like drinking light stuff because honestly, if I drink I want to get just drunk enough to relax, but not so drunk that I fall asleep.
How about Andy's abuse accusations?
Now, do you want me to explain what that is? That way you actually have some context for that.
I've seen your video about it.
Do you want to know what completely proves that wrong?
What proved it wrong?
The fact that Kate came forward herself and said that Andy was full of shit. I mean, that's the thing about an accusation. An accusation only works if both the people involved don't hear about it and people actually believe it. But if people see behavior to the contrary, no one's going to believe it. Ergo, the accusation turns into slander instead of an actual alleged statement.
Oh, good music. You could be a singer.
Nope.
Okay, that's scars on your right arm.
Yes.
Did that hurt?
Well, one of them was from the hospital IV that wasn't put in properly. The other one I got when I fell off the back of a dirt bike and messed up my arm a bit.
And you broke your arm.
I didn't break it, but it got pretty badly tore up by all the gravel and stuff I was rolling in. We were going like 45 miles an hour when I fell off.
And you had to go to the hospital. How'd you get that treated?
I didn't go to the hospital. I just shook it all off. The stuff that didn't shake off eventually came off anyway, and I just poured a whole bunch of alcohol on it to sanitize it and bandage it up.
Oh, okay, that's good. At least it didn't get infected. I mean, if it got infected, caused gangrene, you'd have to get your arm cut off.
It would have to get severely infected. It would take weeks to get that infected.
I also see that your wife has got a YouTube channel.
Okay, and?
I'm just getting this from my source.
What are you really gonna say about it that's really gonna do anything?
I'm just gonna say I've never seen it before, but I know that she's got one. And I don't even know how your wife looks like. I never saw her.
I'm surprised you haven't. She's been in videos here and there. I mean, it kind of surprises me that you haven't seen her at least once or twice. She's been in a couple little collaborations here and there.
It's quite funny that she's not in my Discord trying to back you up.
I don't need backup to deal with you.
So when I start talking crap, there's a room going at it. You do not want to mess with me. I'll
Right.
report your check multiple times and get you terminated.
Under false pretenses. Lance, let me just say something. This is not a threat, this is not a warning, this is just simply a fact. Messing with me would be about as smart as sticking your hand inside of the pit filled with hungry alligators. And it's not really me you'd have to worry about. It would be all the people that I'm friends and associated with, all the people who subscribe to me, all the people that I'm acquainted with. Even people who don't like me would still disagree heavily with your methods of trying to get people taken off a platform. It's one thing to say, I don't agree with what you've said about me, I think it's a little bit mean. And then there's just trying to straight up censor someone because they happen to say things you don't like. Here's the thing, Lance. Not once have I ever tried to take down your channel, because I legitimately don't care. I don't care if you maintain an online presence. I really don't give a shit. Now, personally, I think that you're not really mentally capable to be on the internet because you seem to make a lot of really dumb decisions, like in a snap, and you don't really think about the consequences. And that's the main concern I have, is the fact that when people that are like you, who are not really all there, make a bunch of really rash decisions that ends up being really bad and could potentially hurt other people that are as well involved. And that's my main concern. My main concern isn't with what you say about me, or what you say about other people. My concern is with the fact that you could potentially put your own safety and the safety of others at risk by just being negligent with your online actions. That's my main concern. Whether or not you say shit about me is utterly irrelevant to me, because I don't really consider you to be a threat. I don't even consider Kraid to be a threat, and he has like 3 times my sub count, and the reason I don't consider him to be a threat is because he's a fucking idiot.
And then the thing is, I'm not an idiot. I have 7,000 followers. I give free money away to report your channel.
Again, how can you be mad at someone for making money and say you don't make money, but at the same time say you're going to give free money away to report someone's channel?
It actually works. Keep it running for days.
Maybe if people are stupid as hell, perhaps. I mean, here's the thing. If you really disagree with what someone says, if you really want, Lance, to beat someone, flagging them is not the way to do it. You laugh at them, you ridicule them, you mock them, you do things just to make people look at them and point and laugh. That's the one way to try to diminish someone's argument if their argument doesn't really make any sense or is not going anywhere. That's the one way to really beat someone without actually needing to do really scummy things. But the problem is, Lance, when you try to organize people to laugh at the other person, even the people that you think are on your side are laughing at you too. And the reason that people that you think are on your side laugh at you is because you walk right into things. I mean, I'm pretty sure you remember Ray Pizzazz.
Yes, I do.
Which, now that I think about it, his name is a double entendre.
I was just playing along with him. I wasn't really meaning what I say.
I have an extremely hard time believing that.
Oh, you better believe it.
Now let me just play along with that little game for a second and believe that. Let me just pretend that I believe that statement, just for a second. That still doesn't change the fact that you openly went along with it just to later have Pizzazz basically do like a complete 180 on you and then start poking fun at you. Like, it doesn't really change the result. Even if you think you're playing along, if the other person completely switches the game, it's no longer you playing along when you become the butt of the joke. I mean, at what point do you just sit there and think to yourself, maybe doing this is not the solution to my problem because it will just end up stirring up more shit? I mean, Lance, do you really think that things would go away if you actually succeeded in taking my channel down? Do you think things would just magically stop?
You know, if you make a new channel, YouTube will find out and it'll terminate it again.
Don't you think I would just come back like I'm crawling out of a grave even more pissed off because now you've essentially given me a reason to be angry with you?
You still take down the channel. It doesn't matter if you make a new one.
You realize I have a couple alt accounts that I could also use that are not tied to my email, right?
I can sign your email up to stuff that you don't need.
You realize that to sign me up to stuff, it would require verification, which I can just deny from the email account. Again, that pesky little verification thing that always gets in your plan's way. Remember, Lance, in order to actually begin, start a subscription to shit, I would actually have to agree on the verification. I could always just send those emails as spam, or just click no that it wasn't me, and at which point they'll essentially say, okay, sorry, our bad, we won't send you this email again. And you can do that for days, Lance. Do you want to know what's going to happen? It's just going to keep going to my spam filter. And even then, I could always just completely ignore my email, because realistically, I don't really get anything from my email. Like, all my bills and stuff, I pay online, but I pay it through my bank. I don't touch my email for really anything. When it comes to me requesting time off at my job, I don't need to touch my emails. I can just go to my app where my workplace is and request time off from there. If I need to talk to members of my family or my friends, I don't need to email them. I can just go to Facebook or Discord for that. Like, essentially, you'd be doing nothing to me except just giving me an excuse to not fuck with something I really don't touch already. You're essentially just kind of like throwing eggs at a brick wall and saying that you're destroying the wall when you're just wasting eggs.
Yeah, you're not gonna leave me alone. You just prefer to make fun of you and mock you.
Here's the thing, you're not really good at mocking me, because to mock me would imply you'd be able to think of something clever or funny, which you completely lack the ability to do.
I don't know if you want it or not, but you're asking for it. You won't leave me alone.
Here's the thing, Lance, I wouldn't have said shit about you if you didn't come running into my fucking face. Like, has that ever occurred to you that the only reason people talk about you or say shit to you is because you're the one trying to, like, get their attention when they completely forget you exist? Like, here, now, listen to this, Lance, and I want this to really burn deep and burrow into your fucking psyche. The reason I didn't talk about you for months wasn't because there wasn't more mean shit I could say about you, it's because I just legitimately didn't fucking care. I didn't care whether you were online or not. You were not a concern to me because I legitimately had no worry with what you were doing. Because realistically speaking, I knew that every channel you have is dead in the water anyway because of the legacy that follows you now. And you can't blame other people for what you did to yourself, because no one was making you do the things that you did. Those were all things that you knowingly did, that you did on your own. No one was making you do anything at all. People gave you the opportunity to tell your side of the story. And the problem is when you told your side of the story, you just ended up making it worse for yourself and burying yourself further, because your story was always inconsistent. It changed every other day. And that's why it's hard for people to believe you, because if the story keeps changing... Now let me just quote what police officers and detectives usually say in the business. The way you can tell if someone is lying about where they were during the commission of a crime, or what they were doing or what they were planning on doing, is the consistency of their story. If their story changes 3 or 4 times, or even twice for that matter, it could be enough to potentially indicate this person is being deceptive, because usually when people misremember things, they usually correct themselves right in the time when they realize that they might be getting a detail wrong that could be necessary to help find who actually did something.
I just want the world to know that I'm not a pedophile.
Lance, I haven't called you one the entire time I've been here. Like, at no point in time during any of those recent videos have I even said that word towards you. There's no point in repeating something that I didn't even say. Especially when you're trying to rebut something that no one's actually said here.
What about your dead family? You miss them?
What about them?
Yeah, do you miss them? Do you cry about it sometimes because they're dead?
Sometimes, yeah. But then I remember that there's nothing I could have done anyway. Dealing with grief is a matter of not really... You don't really get over grief, Lance. It just kind of lingers there. And sometimes it'll sleep calmly and quietly like the night. And sometimes it'll come back like a raging storm for a while, just to slowly calm back down again when you reach the realization that none of this was your fault and there was nothing you could have done to change things, because realistically nothing I could have done could have impacted their lives or changed things any differently. I could have done 1 million different things and the result would have been the same, because the person still would have, the other member of my family still would have gotten cancer, so there'd be nothing I could have done to stop that. And the other member of my family, he would have gotten old and passed away regardless of what I did to stop it, because he was a very old man. Yeah, it fucking hurts to lose family, but all I can do is accept their loss, move forward like an adult. It's okay to mourn their loss, it's okay to remember them for what they did. But tearing yourself up over it and having breakdowns about it isn't going to magically resurrect them. It's not going to monster reborn them back into the world. More importantly, bringing the dead back to life, if it was possible, would be one of the greatest crimes against nature a person could commit. We don't fuck with life and death because we don't understand it. Anything else? Here's the thing, Lance, you can drag all my dirty laundry into the light if you want. It doesn't make me feel bad, because I've already admitted to having, like, all these past flaws and all these past problems. It's not really an Achilles heel if it's already been out in the open and it's already been mentioned. That's like trying to mention someone's secrets when they've already simply said, yeah, I've done some stupid shit in my life because I ended up getting distracted with a bunch of pointless shit. Or because I decided to handle a situation badly because I wasn't properly assessing my choices. Like, that's vastly different than someone being like a drug-addled piece of shit who doesn't do anything with their life. I think it's kind of sad that you're trying to do all these little digs left and right and they just end up being, well, nothing. It's like throwing baloney at a tank. Like, the more you toss baloney at it, the more it's gonna fucking rush at full speed. Like, you're essentially giving it the motivation to just go, go, go until finally it just rolls over the opposition. Like, I want to know, like, why do you need to play victim when you antagonize people?
Because I know they're wrong about me.
But if the other person didn't say anything about you, and then you pop up in their channel starting shit with them, why is that their fault if you're the one getting in their face about something that they don't even talk about?
Just a simple mistake.
Lance, like, tripping over someone's foot at the movie theater is a mistake. But making the effort to try to mimic someone's channel in exact detail is not a mistake, because that takes, like, a calculated, self-aware effort to do. It's one thing if you mistype something and you say something dumb in like a conversation on Facebook, for example. But then there's, like, actively trying to copy a channel, which obviously will look vastly different than the one you created for a number of reasons. Like, tell me something, Lance. Did you create that channel because you wanted to say stupid shit pretending to be me so that people would give me crap?
I wanted to make fun of you, like a cyberbully.
Lance, to make fun of someone would mean you'd actually have to have something that's actually funny that they do or say. That isn't them making a joke, or isn't them making the joke about someone else. And again, Lance, you're how old, Lance? 28, 29? Because you're nearly 30, if not 30 this year, like however old you are. Like, calling someone a cyberbully just because they disagree with some of the things that you do and scrutinize them and criticize them, that's not cyberbullying. That's simply someone saying, yeah, this is kind of dumb and here's why it's dumb. Like, cyberbullying would be like someone entering your comments, just like relentlessly spamming you with shit, without actually just disagreeing with what you say and pointing out why they disagree like I do. When I come into your comments, Lance, I'm not coming in there to make you have an episode. I'm just coming in there to point out the inaccuracies of what you say. Because a lot of things that you say are just, like, completely ass backward. I mean, that's the thing, Lance. You can't just start a bunch of stuff with people and then act like you're the one that didn't do it. It's one thing if you misspeak and someone gets the wrong idea and it turns into a shitstorm. It's another, however, if you, like, actively make it a point to get someone's attention in a negative way, and then you're surprised that they react negatively. Like, that's the complete antithesis of someone who wants to try to either prove their innocence or go about their daily life.
Wanna know something? You suck.
You have the right to your opinion. You see how I didn't get offended by that? It's because you're simply sharing your opinion.
Well, that's understandable.
Well, wait a minute. Why are you allowed to say that I suck, but if I say you suck, you have an episode over it?
I suck, big deal.
But the fact is, why try to use that as an argument and then say that someone else isn't allowed to say the same thing earlier? Like, why does freedom of speech only apply to what you say, but not what the other person says?
Freedom of speech.
Okay, could you repeat that? I think it kind of broke up on your end.
Freedom of speech applies to everybody.
But the fact is, if you acknowledge that, then why, earlier in this conversation, if I scroll up, you were trying to say that, you're trying to ask, well, who cares about freedom of speech? Well, pretty much every United States citizen does, because everyone in the United States has a right to say what they feel. Even if it's an unpopular opinion, they have the right to say it. However, the best way to beat someone with a really crazy opinion is to criticize and mock and laugh at, because that's the one way to make these people completely, like, it's the one way to disarm the crazy crap they say, is to make fun of them and laugh at them and point at them, because that's the best way to just diminish the damage they can do without actually really needing to censor someone.
Well, I did make a Polygon animation about two of us arguing.
Yeah, that sounds about as fun as getting a kidney stone made of
Ahn ShinAe Show and Pinwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of Shania, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of Shania by sending in a citizenship request to immigration@protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of Shania is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of Shania and Amsan and the Not in Service series. We also have the Treasured series available on amsan.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Pinwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. By the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the Shania books studying and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of Shania right now.
Fiberglass. If you don't know what a kidney stone is, it's basically a lump of calcium that you have to pee out.
Those hurt.
Yeah, they do.
And I have a video coming up about you where you're eating a donut with a dog.
And? You're acting like I'm supposed to care.
You should care. You're being cyber harassment here.
No, cyber harassed would be like someone being on my Facebook, doxing my relatives and saying all kinds of crazy shit. That'd be harassment.
I'm sorry, I don't use Facebook.
But the point being is, you really have nothing to weaponize against me at all. Like, what's that saying? You don't go to war with the person who specializes in it?
All I ever do was argue on the internet.
Well, I wouldn't even call that arguing, Lance. I just call that babbling, because arguments usually have like a point A to point B conclusion, instead of believe me because I say it. Because when it comes to point A to point B, there's usually like cause and effect. Like there's the statement, and then like there's evidence that confirms the statement, or at least adds some credibility to it. Not, I didn't do anything because I say I didn't do anything. Okay, you know who Stetson Hardwick is, right?
No, I have no clue.
Really? I'm surprised you don't know, considering the fact that he's been a constant pain in everyone's ass for the past 2 years. But the fact is, this person is like really like psychotically obsessed with people to like an unhealthy degree. Now, what he does is considered harassment because he's actually straight up written manifestos about me. Because apparently, if you think differently than him, you're just automatically conservative. Because he has like his brain essentially works like a Mobius strip. It's like one side. Like nothing ever goes anywhere with him. Like he's a legitimate nut.
I have another question for you. What about your dead girlfriend from your childhood?
And? Yeah, it fucking sucks. The person's no longer with us, but that's not my fault. Believe me, it fucking sucks to lose someone that you care about. But the fact is, it's not my fault. And I'm not gonna feel guilty about what someone else did to them or what they did to themselves. The only thing I feel bad about is that I couldn't have been there for them when they needed me because I just didn't know what they were going through. But that's not my fault that this person was hurting them. It's simply me not knowing because back then I didn't recognize the warning signs. That's the consequence of being young and dumb, is the fact that you don't recognize things that you should be paying attention to. Because you're just too busy trying to live your own life and figure your own shit out. Again, trying to say stuff to upset me only works if it actually is something that happened to the point to where I'm not over it, or at least accepting of it.
Sorry, I'm just so busy. I'm doing two things at once. Hello? Or are you just gonna straight up ignore me? Nah, that's...
I'm not ignoring you, I'm just doing something right now.
Well, I'm quite busy too.
Trying to read a book right now. Like, I'm just saying, trying to bring up stuff from the past only works if it's stuff that I haven't accepted. There's two things you can do about the past. You can either accept it and learn from it, or you can let it form like a fucking anchor around your neck and let it keep drowning you in your problems to the point to where you don't know how to move forward. And honestly, I refuse to let the anchor thing be the way I live my life. It's one thing to take accountability for your personal mistakes and accept them. It's another to just keep saying, no, it's not my fault, and then throw a tantrum over it. And that's just not the way I do things. Yeah, that's a new score, not bad. Could have done better, but not bad. Ah, boy. Oh, he's such a punum. Is he gonna say something? I guess I'll find out. Pooh. Not a bad score. Could have done better, but got him. Like, I really want to know, like, why is it always the other person's fault when you start something? Because you seem to have like this really unhealthy habit of trying to displace the blame on people when you do something dumb. Off we go. Like, I don't know about you, man, but I got shit to do. This is the part where we sit in silence for like 45 minutes. Like he's sitting there in detention trying to figure out how he got himself in trouble. So I don't understand how everything I did could have went wrong. Except for all the obvious ways that it could have. I can actually take a nap, wake up, come back, take another nap, wake up, and he'll still be doing whatever he's doing.
Don't think of me as the Joker, and you as the Batman.
I think of you as a joke.
I'm the Joker, and you're Batman.
Right. The Joker's actually a menacing force of anarchy. You? No. Honestly, I'd be more scared of getting a splinter in my big toe than I'd be of you, realistically speaking.
Yeah, you already said Cass Warfox was gay.
Yeah, he is. Cass is gay. Like, he said this himself. Like, I don't know why that's so hard for people to fucking believe.
Are you conservative?
I'm centrist.
What?
I'm a centrist. A centrist is someone who sits between conservative and liberal points of view, and they do not necessarily pick one side or the other.
J-E-W-U, Jew.
Oh no, he called me a Jew. My big nose can't handle it. Oh look, I just made a joke at my own expense. What will I do? I'll sit there and count my shekels. Oh look, I just made 2 more jokes at my own expense. Oh no. Really, I make fun of myself all the time. You think you're gonna beat me at roasting me? Don't even try. Don't even try. That's an interesting twist. I didn't know that was going on. Looks like I put the book down. I feel like I should just get a fucking word search and start doing it while I'm waiting for him to say something.
Oh, I got some juicy information for you.
Yep.
A poison tree. William Blake Gage's address.
Yeah, Poison Tree is one of my favorite poems. I'm glad you know that.
775 West Mont Avenue.
Right.
You have a big house with a red door?
That'd be the one.
Alright, none of this doesn't get by you, doesn't scare you at all.
No.
Has anybody swatted you?
Twice.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that to you, honestly. That'd be like a felony. another crime. I don't know what there's a name for it. It's a crime. You make something false.
It's filing a false police report.
Yeah, and get arrested for it.
Not to mention the fact that it could be considered like homicide by cop.
Has anybody ever trash talked your wife?
People have done it all the time. It doesn't really bother me because they're a bunch of nobodies.
So you don't care?
It's not that I don't care, it's just that realistically they have their opinion and they're entitled to it. I just think that they're morons and that's about it. I don't see the point in like taking... Here's the thing. People don't have to argue with me about how she looks or how she sounds because they're not the one in the relationship with her, ergo their input shouldn't really matter because they have no right to speak about anything that doesn't directly impact them. That's my whole view on things. Like, yeah, you're an asshole if you do it, but realistically speaking, why is it their business? I mean, unless you're the one fucking the person, I don't understand why the fuck you care what they do as long as they're not committing a crime or doing crazy shit. I mean, that's the thing I don't understand about people trying to trash talk. It's like, dude, you're talking shit about someone that you don't know because they happen to be associated with someone you don't like. Maybe if you grew a pair of nuts and learned to argue with that person in particular, people could take you seriously.
Yeah, I know this is going to be a terrible video, but you're probably going to have a bad response to it.
Mm-hmm. Is the response me not really caring because that's the direction I'm kind of leaning in? It's between couldn't give a fuck less or maybe I'd care if it was an alternate universe on an opposite day. I mean, I don't... That's the point. Like, I would care only because it was opposite day. Which means I wouldn't really care. I'd be playing along with that made-up holiday.
You like donuts?
A lot of people like donuts. I don't mind them, but they're not really my favorite thing in the world.
I always thought cops eat donuts only, but I must be wrong.
Cops do eat donuts, but that's not all they eat. Do you just base what you think about the world from like cartoons and shit?
No, not exactly.
Like, please tell me you didn't learn about physics from Bugs Bunny. Where you like saw off the branch of a tree and then you think you're gonna be hovering there for like another 3 seconds before you realize the branch is gone. I would not advise doing that because that's not how real gravity works.
What must go up must come down. I also see that you have an ex.
I think everyone that has a relationship has an ex at one point in time. Yeah, things didn't work out. That's kind of how relationships work. Either they work out or they don't.
No, they don't work out, just move on.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I don't understand the point of bringing up this person. Like, this person doesn't even do YouTube and shit, so I don't know why this person's relevant. This is essentially just a complete nobody in the situation.
You like it when people call you names?
I don't think anybody likes it when people call them names.
Yeah, it's awfully rude, like numbnut.
Oh no.
Shithead.
Oh no. Can't you tell how hurt I am, Lance, by my complete lack of giving a shit?
Just don't break it, do you?
Throwing baloney at a tank, Lance. It's only a matter of time before that barrel's lined up. Lance, you're trying to pull like middle school level insults from the 1980s. I've been called a faggot in middle school more times than I've ever mentioned it online, whether it be in a comment or verbally, and not once has that bothered me. Do you want to know why? It's because in middle school, when I was younger, people had balls. I'm a 90s baby, Lance. I've seen shit go down in the past 20 years. And it hasn't really bothered me that much in terms of like people calling each other names all the time. Because realistically speaking, it's not a big fucking deal, Lance. It doesn't work on people who have the ability to simply say, yeah, fuck you, I don't care. I mean, that's the thing. You're trying to beat someone in an argument who is leagues ahead of you in every aspect of the word.
Like you've always made low-level insults to me.
The difference is, Lance, my low-level insults are actually funny, or they actually have some level of weight to them, because they're usually based in some level of reality. When I mock you because you sound like someone had a stroke, it's not because it's a low-level insult, it's because your speech patterns sound like a stroke victim that managed to survive long enough to actually be able to speak. But due to these long-ass pauses, it looks like you're reading from cue cards that are located half a mile away, to the point where you have to keep using binoculars to see them.
I'm pretty sure people called you a fag, say go get a bag, do something.
No, when people call people a faggot in middle school, it's like, man, hey, faggot, get the fuck out of my hallway. Do you know what I used to do? I used to laugh along with that shit, because it was funny as hell to me that they were trying that fucking hard to bother someone about something stupid. Again, you're dealing with a generation of people who grew up on Family Guy and South Park, and you're trying to make someone offended by calling them a numbnuts? Like, that right there is some of the weakest shit I've ever seen. Do 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 do.
How we don't fuck.
Look, he finally tried a big boy word, yay! Do 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 do. Oh fuck yeah, that's a high score.
My sources say that your wife had depression.
And?
Did you get help?
It's unfortunate, but that's pretty much how someone goes through. Some people aren't born with it. And yeah, she's doing much better now. She's been doing a lot better in the past 4 years.
Just take the medication for it.
I believe so, as far as I'm aware. Although I fail to see why that's relevant yet again.
Well, I do have someone on the other end on Twitter who's trying to help me crack you.
You're not gonna crack me. You'd have an easier time cracking an egg with a feather than cracking me. Because at this point, Lance, I'm just toying with you. I'm actually getting sleepy because you're boring me that bad.
Why even talk to me in the first place?
Well, you had a lot to say, apparently. And judging by the looks of it, a lot of what you had to say is like fundamentally a nothing.
work of art. We will be a 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 work of art. A monument in every part. A monument in every part. A monument in every part. A monument.
the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of China, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China by sending in a citizenship request to immigration DS at protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of China is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of China on San and the Not in Service series. We also have the Triggered series available on Amazon.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. By the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the China books studying and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China right now.
Burger.
You must have Asperger's.
And? Is that supposed to offend me? I've admitted to having that before, Lance. It's not like it's a fucking government secret guarded by the CIA.
You're not saying it's supposed to offend you. I'm just guessing.
Yeah, what makes you say that, I'm wondering.
Because I want to destroy you.
Right. Hang on, I'm gonna go light a joint while you sit there and babble. Oh yeah, that's right, I don't have any more.
Well, you better go get some.
Yeah, probably will tomorrow, not right now. I don't feel like driving all the way there and back, and it's almost fucking... Yeah, it's like 9 at night. I'm not in the mood to drive all the way down to downtown to do that shit. Not to mention the dispensary is probably closing in like another 30 minutes.
Have you had Delta 8?
No, I don't experiment with the crazy shit. I have a question, Lance. Do you do drugs?
Yes, I take a pill in the morning.
No, I don't mean like prescription drugs.
Like what kind of drugs?
Do you drink? Do you smoke?
Yeah, sometimes.
But is it... Okay, now, do you drink alcohol?
Yes.
Would you say that you drink primarily at social gatherings, or do you just drink whenever you're bored?
I drink whenever I have the time to need to, but it's not necessary now.
I would hope not. I mean, really, if you need to get drunk after talking to me when I'm just sitting here talking to you like this, I would hate to fucking see what you would say if I actually got mad. I could just imagine you curling up into a ball, urinating on yourself, shitting in your pants, screaming like I'm popping through the fucking computer screen like the chick from The Ring.
We'd probably be both angry drunks on the microphone.
No, I'm not really an angry drunk at all. In fact, when I'm drunk, I'm usually really mellow. Even if I'm annoyed while I'm drunk, I'm actually really calm.
Six one.
What?
You said you're really tall, and I'm saying 6'1".
6'2".
Oh, so you're a little bit taller than that.
Yeah.
Well, doesn't it kind of suck when you bump your head?
I don't really have to worry about bumping my head because most of the places that I go have, like, the door clearance is usually close to 7 feet.
Oh, I bump my head.
And even if I do bump my head, it's like, okay, well, I'm trying to be careful next time I go out the door. Like, I don't make a big deal out of it, I just simply make a note of it, that way I'm ready for it next time. Like, I don't freak out over shit, because I really don't see the point.
That literally just fucking hurts.
Well, of course it does. You hit your head.
And it makes you more dumber.
I wouldn't really say it makes you dumber, I'd say it hurts your head a little bit, but I think you can only get brain damage from either drinking too much, smoking too much, or getting, like, straight up concussions. I'm just confused about this whole thing you're trying to do, Lance. Like, you claim that you're trying to destroy someone, but there's no point in trying to destroy someone that you can't even put a scratch on. Again, that's like trying to kill a rhinoceros with a feather. Like, all you're doing is just mildly annoying it and brushing its hide lightly. At the end of the day, you got a broken feather and a pissed off rhinoceros. And when it turns around to gore your ass or charge you, you'd better run fast. Because if it catches up, it's not gonna be pretty. Like, here's the problem, Lance. Lance, I have a question. I have an honest question. I want you to answer this truthfully.
Okay.
Did the stuff I said in those videos make you cry?
No, I'm a grown-up. Grown men don't cry.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, I didn't cry. I was trying.
I'm surprised by that. And I wasn't asking because I was trying to get a dig. I legitimately wanted to know because it seems like you had like a really adverse reaction to what I said. Because instead of just saying, okay, I don't care, it was immediately like fly off the handle, make like 10 videos on the same motherfucker level of ass mad.
The more videos you make about me, the more I laugh.
You don't seem to laugh, Lance. You seem to get really offended and pissed off to the point to where you're doing what you did a minute ago, where you start threatening to take someone down. Instead of just saying, yeah, you know what, maybe I should have acted like a bit less of a dumbass. Like, that brings my bear trap analogy back. Like, how many times do you need to put your foot in the bear trap before you realize your foot's gone? I mean, you've done more damage to your own reputation than anything I could ever say about you has. Like, nobody at all did that to you except you. Like, people even gave you the chance to clear your name and discuss what people thought they might have misunderstood. And you still ended up burying yourself deeper. It's kind of like watching a fly in a spider's web struggling only to get itself more entangled with every time it tries. And I guess that makes me the spider. Because the more you struggle, the more you wriggle, the more you writhe, the more you fight back, the worse it just gets for you. And here's the thing. Like I said before, I'm not trying to actively ruin you because I really don't care. I really don't. I don't consider you to be a big fucking problem. You're a mild annoyance, if anything at all, and I don't consider you to be a big threat, if anything at all. Because, like, realistically speaking, nobody really listens to what you say. Because everyone knows you now as the verified unrapey guy. That's the reputation you've established for yourself. Like, nobody needed to bullshit about you to have that become what you're known as now, because that was a decision that you made yourself. Nobody at all did that to you. Except you. And you have to stop trying to blame other people and then plead blissful ignorance, because that doesn't work. It never works and it never looks good. Because when the first thought you have about a situation is just immediately to assign blame on the other people and call them the asshole for simply pointing out, yeah, you did do this, and these are things that you've actually said and done. And we don't need to lie about you because you've admitted all these things before. Like, you don't have any right at all to say that someone's being a piece of shit or an asshole for simply pointing out stuff that you've actually said and done. Because at that point, they're just telling the truth, and you're the one that's lying. You're the one that's trying to defend yourself when there's no defending what you did. There is no legitimate way to defend your actions. At all. Here's the thing. Clicking on a link, for example, that's considered blissful ignorance if you don't know what it is. But if people are straight up saying what it is, what's on it, why it's bad, and you go there anyway, that's when you pretty much lose all deniability. That's when you lose any ability to say, I didn't know any better. Because people are explaining what it was. People are straight up saying, yeah, this place is fucked up and no one should be going here. And I fail to understand why it is that, why were you so desperate for controversy? Like, I just really want to know, like, what was the point of doing all that?
What would happen, okay?
Why would you want to know what would happen if you're on a website where actual pedophiles are?
This is the thing. I'm not a pedophile.
I'm not saying you were, Lance. But you went to a website full of them. And the worst part is, Lance, the hardest part of this to wrap my fucking head around, in terms of, like, being someone that was on the outside looking in during that whole debacle, is the fact that you didn't just ask people what these things meant. You didn't try to, like, maybe talk to someone about what these things were. Instead of just simply asking someone who knows more about the world outside, you instead went there. And the thing is, though, even if you went there, like, just 5 minutes of seeing what was there should have been enough for you to just turn around and say, no, I don't want to be here, this is awful. But you stayed for months. Fucking months. And what were you doing there, Lance? Were you just talking to these people like they're everyday people, like you're talking to your neighbor if you bump into them getting your newspaper in the morning?
I'm trying to stop it.
Lance, the best way to stop it would have been to let other people handle it. You're not a cop. Like, this isn't retard policeman. You can't put your fucking fake costume hat on and say that you're a member of law enforcement. Because all that happens when you do that shit is that other people get hurt, investigations get destroyed, time and energy are wasted in trying to hold these people accountable. Lance, do you know what you could have done? You could have potentially fucked up an FBI investigation that could have easily gotten a lot of these people in trouble. And with your reckless exposure of this, you could have pretty much ruined an investigation, and in turn, people could have actually gotten hurt. And keyword being could have, because I don't know. There's no way to know whether or not people could have gotten hurt by how reckless you were. And that's what really annoyed me about that situation almost as much as every other fucking thing you did, was the fact that you were completely unaware, like you have like no self-awareness at all, in terms of how reckless that was, how stupid that was. The fact that it could have been a detriment to the well-being of other people who were actually being offended on, to the point to where their offenders might have gotten away from it because you gave them just enough attention to get the fuck away from the website when people might have been trying to track them down and find these people. Like, you could have royally screwed the pooch, Lance. Like, you could have fucked up so bad that people's lives would have been, like, fucking permanently destroyed. Because you potentially ruined an investigation where people could have been arrested instead of offending on these people whose lives could have been negatively impacted. I mean, do you have any idea, Lance, how that feels to have your life essentially stripped into pieces, and to have someone take parts of your life away from you, just to realize that the people that you'd want to see punished for what they did to you walk free, because you're legally not able to do shit about it? That's not a fucking game, Lance. This isn't like Grand Theft Auto where you can buy yourself a cop costume at a store and walk around. This is like some serious shit that has real world consequences.
I'm not stupid. I know that.
Well, if you're not stupid, then why would you do something so damn dumb? I mean, that sounds like the kind of shit a stupid person would do.
I'm autistic.
That's no excuse, Lance. Here's the thing, Lance. Me, Cass, Steve Trowbridge, Zach the Celtics guy, Damien Skyfire are all on Spectrum, but you don't see us doing that shit. Because we know better.
I know better too.
Apparently not, because you fucking went there.
It slipped. It was a mistake.
Slipped my aching ass. Like, a slip is like you doing one thing and then you, like, a second later you stop doing it when you realize it's wrong. But it's not a mistake when you actively maintain a presence somewhere for months and only leave when you end up ratting yourself out about the stupid shit you've been doing. Like, the only reason, Lance, the only reason that you left that website, the only reason you had that great big falling out with Nathan Larson, it wasn't because you were upset by what these people were doing. It's because people started asking you questions about what the fuck you were doing there on your channel, to the point to where you had a panic attack, said you didn't want to be there, you had that fight with Nathan Larson, he banned you, created that account more or less to act as a placeholder for you. And keep in mind, I have a hard time believing that that account that's there wasn't yours. And the reason I have a hard time believing that is because I doubt very much so that this person that dislikes you would just randomly keep your, like, create a duplicate account of you for no fucking reason. That seems like a waste of time to do. Even someone as fucked up as Nathan Larson is not that stupid, as crazy as it sounds.
The reason why he made that fake account is he's pranking me to get me arrested as a website owner. I never owned the website.
Well, wait a minute, Lance. First you say that it was first you said that it was a moderator, now you're saying it's an administrator, so which one is it?
It's both, and it's a fake account.
Well, here's the thing. If that is... Now, let me just play along with that, even if I don't necessarily believe it. Let me just play along for the sake of argument. Even if that is a fake account, that still doesn't change the fact that you went to that website. Like... Do you want me to go down the bulleted list of things that you fucked up when you went there? Like, let me just do it so you understand. You went to a website that would have obviously been registered on your cookies, on your browser history, on your hard drive history. Odds are, Lance, that shit is still on your hard drive. You would have to submerge your fucking hard drives to wipe that shit from the fucking history. Because let's be honest here, the TSA monitors everything every person in the US does. Online. Everything. They know what video game you bought on Steam last. They know what videos you watched on YouTube last. They know what song you listened to last. They know what audiobook you might have been listening to recently from Kindle or Audible. Like, the TSA pretty much monitors everything people do in the United States online. So even if you did delete that account, Lance, that still doesn't change the fact that it's actually recorded on your hard drives in fragmented data that the TSA could find no problem at all, and they could just reassemble that data from those fragments and pretty much say, yeah, he was on this website, even if the website's no longer there. We can track this website, look it up, and then, of course, all this really fucked up shit about Nathan Larson, the website, what the website had on it, will pop up too. And then the people in the black suits and the black sedans are going to be pulling up to your house, knocking on your door, asking your parents to speak with you, and then they're going to have like a bunch of long-ass questions to ask you about what the fuck you were doing. Now, let me go into the rest of the reasons that you fucked up. The second thing that you fucked up was that you were dumb enough to document yourself going to a website that people openly said was full of things that were illegal to even view. And not only did you go there, but you stayed there for months at a time. And you kept documenting yourself. You even, said that you were becoming addicted to the website. Instead of just simply saying, this website needs to be stopped, and people need to report this, you were potentially generating traffic for this website, in turn potentially causing minors, children, to go to this fucking website. Because someone that they might have been watching said it was a website. And because kids are idiots, they're curious, they'll go investigate it even if they don't know what it means. And that's the second thing that you really fucked up, is the fact that you allowed these people access to this website by giving them a way to find it, instead of just leaving it as is and not saying shit about it except, look, watch the video that Repsy and Repzilla have done. I recommend that if you are capable, report it to the FBI, but do not go here, do not be a vigilante. But you didn't do that. You maintained a presence there. And the reason I have to keep beating this fucking horse into the ground is because you don't seem to understand. the gravity of such a decision. Like, you documented yourself going there every time you were there, to the point to where people were becoming suspicious about why the fuck you were there. And don't pretend that it's not suspicious, Lance, because it is. It's really fucking weird to have someone who's not a pedophile on a pedophile website. Like, it makes no sense to be there if you have nothing to do with it. That's like someone who's hetero. That's like watch a straight person going to a gay porn website. That makes no fucking sense to do unless there's something there that's not appearing, like, directly in front of people. Like, people start to ask fucking questions about that because it's kind of serious. It's the kind of shit that people ask a lot of questions about because there's a lot there that needs to be talked about in terms of what it could really mean. Like, honestly, the biggest mistake of all that you could have ever done, like the biggest misstep you could have ever made, was trying to start shit with me. Like, this is after Cass royally whooped your ass. After I've royally whooped your ass. After other people who I don't know, who I've only heard about in passing through acquaintances, have whooped your ass. Like, at what point in time do you just decide to sit down and say, you know what, maybe listening to these people is probably the best thing to do if I want to resolve the situation, instead of trying to get their attention and say dumb things that are obviously going to make them turn right back around on me after they think I'm beaten. Like, the best way to put it would be like if Godzilla and Kong were fighting and Kong was pretty much dying, and he decided to throw a rock at Godzilla as Godzilla's walking away because he assumes Kong is dead. Like, you're essentially asking someone to finish what they've already started, even though they were pretty much already sure that you were dead in the water. I mean, that's the thing, like, it makes no sense to do something that's, like, so detrimental to yourself, and then sit there wondering how things could have went badly, when every way they could have went bad.
amanecer, hacerte cosas que a ti nunca te iban a hacer, llevarte a lugares que tú no pensaste ver. Entonces date prisa, quitarte la camisa. It's me and you so high like we in the visa.
Have you ever tried to live without? Did you ever know what it's all about? It's the sound of the wind that is blowing my mind. It's the beat of the earth making me sleep at night.
I'm a hustler by nature, it's in my blood. Steady chasing this paper, rolling up, so my money never out of sight. And I'm all swagged up with a red and green stripe. I'm a hustler by nature, it's in my blood. Steady chasing this paper, rolling up, so my money never out of sight. And I'm all swagged up with a red and green stripe.
Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Demons in it for the wrong night. I want to do it, I want to dine and give me some more. I'm dying. Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Something wakes me up in the morning. Something about the sweet, sweet smell of marijuana. Leave the scoop, the money bag, not the tree bar. Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Demons in it for the wrong night. I want to do it, I want to dine and give me some more. I'm dying. Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Something wakes me up in the morning. Something about the sweet, sweet smell of marijuana. Leave the scoop, the money bag, not the tree bar. Ain't no God on your feet. If you're gonna lean into me, make sure you feel the heat. You can take what you want, but when you take it from me, I'll make sure that you fall upon the floor, down to your knees. I'm not betting on them. Not trying to be raised, not trying to be good. I live, be raised. No bubbles before I fall down. I'm on my nose when the dawn's so loud. I don't wanna fall in the cold. Give me something to really grasp. Even if I'm more than a bad dog, even if I'm more than a builder. Miracle to get me peace. I'm not asking for a miracle, just you and me. Yeah, I want a miracle to get me peace. I'm not asking for a miracle, just you and me. Yeah, I wanna know. So what how you play? Is it too much to ask if I should go or I should stay? You remind me to doubt. Put your hand on the flame when you need to remind yourself that you will feel the same. I'm not betting on them. Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Demons in it for the wrong and I'm lying. I don't wanna do or dine and give me something more. I'd rather be reminded. Don't fall, but I sleep at night. Something wakes me up in the morning. Something about the sweet, sweet smell of marijuana. Leaves me with the money bag, not the tree. Miracle to give me a piece. I'm not asking for a miracle, just you and me. Yeah, I want a miracle to give me a piece. I'm not asking for a miracle, just you and me. Yeah, I want a
Llámame a mi teléfono, mándame texto o FaceTime. Lo que tú quieres son todo, dame una oportunidad. Llámame a mi teléfono, mándame texto o FaceTime. Lo que tú quieres son todo, dame una oportunidad. I know I'm too sensitive, I guess it's just the way it is. Sorry, I'm the way I am, just wanna be a perfect man. Touch me gently, kiss me slowly, come to bed, baby, show me that you want me to, that you want me to.
Main the track when I step on the scene. I do or die all my life with or without a team. Fast or slow, bro, you can't catch me though. Too fast, too furious, too hungry for y'all to see. Main the track when I step on the scene. I do or die all my life with or without a team. Fast or slow, bro, you can't catch me though. Too fast, too furious, too hungry for y'all to see. I mean what I say what I mean. I'm the goddamn reason hip hop's back on the street. Used to put brick in the streets. Now I lay my work on beats and let them work for me. Yeah, I mean what I say what I mean. I'm the goddamn reason hip hop's back on the street. Used to put brick in the streets. Now I lay my work on beats and let them work for me. Yeah.
Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of China, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China by sending in a citizenship request to immigration@protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of China is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of China on San and the Not in Service series. We also have the Triggered series available on Amazon.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. Buy the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the China books studying and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China right now.
That was essentially tattooed across your forehead backwards when you look in the mirror. Like, at what point in time do you just have to, like, completely fucking destroy yourself to sit there and say, yeah, this was my fault? You gotta drink real quick, my throat is getting raw as shit. Half the stash stays in my room, or the little goblins will get to them. Do 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 do. Would you kindly? Do 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 do. Waiting, 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 waiting. Tick tock, tick, tick tock, tick. I feel like I might as well just get like a stopwatch, and like whenever he's like gazing off into space or doing something different, the stopwatch starts and stops. And every time it hits 10 seconds, I just take a drink of whatever I'm holding. Oh, don't drop the soap!
Okay, I'm back. Anyways, they say that you have a niece.
2. What about her?
I don't know anything about her.
Like, what exactly, Lance, is your end game? What do you hope to accomplish?
To ruin your life online.
If Killer Creed can't do that with a slanderous video, what the hell makes you think you can?
Because I have somebody who's on my DMs on Twitter who's trying to help me. He said to threaten your niece.
So what you're saying is someone is intentionally feeding you lines, just so you'll say screwed up stuff because you know you can't really defend anything that you do.
Well, yeah, technically.
Lance, do you know what the worst part about being a puppet is?
What?
You never know who's pulling the strings. Oh boy, what a busy day. Like, I'm just saying, Lance, it seems like a lot of what you're doing, it's not gonna go anywhere. That's the thing. I mean, I'm just saying, you're letting this person essentially feed you information, letting you, like, this person is basically, like, feeding you lines, are they not?
Oh, it's like I have some kind of backloop here.
I was gonna drink my Baja, hang on.
Cold yellow.
A what?
Cold yellow.
Oh yeah, that old Bioshock thing that made the dude's health meter lower. That's what that is. Do 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 do.
Go back to this circus, you clown.
I'm not the one that's all painted up.
Yeah, the black and white one. Wherever you came from.
Lance, you shouldn't be calling anyone else a clown when I've had you dancing around for the better part of 4 hours today. Lance, I guess it's time I told you the truth.
Okay. I have 2 Twitter accounts. The one I blocked, and you're the Razor 2.
Nope, that's not me. I just wanted to see if the person that's doing this would actually somehow hear me. And they did. Yeah, you know what? I am Razortooth. So how does it feel knowing that I was the one pulling the strings? Because not only, Lance, do I have you on film trying to dox me with a fake address I made up, but I have you openly admitting that you're gonna try to mass flag me. So say hi to the audience. Go on, clown. Go on, clown. Dance out your outro.
I'm not gonna do any of that stuff, I promise.
Oh, sure, you say that now when you find out I've been recording you and, like, running you into a corner. Like, anyone else have the feeling that he's confessing mainly out of fear of what's gonna happen to his channel? Because I'm getting that inclination. So, tell me, Lance, are you gonna do your little outro where you re and then you slowly dance out of sight? Or will I just get the chance to cut this off myself and just throw this all together for YouTube?
Please don't do anything.
Well, it's already being recorded, so whatever happens next happens.
I promise I'll be good to you. I'll do anything for you now to put it on YouTube.
I've already made my decision, Lance. Like, I just wanted to see if I could fuck with you, and, like, unfortunately for you, it seems like I can. And the worst part is, Lance, all that shit that I was spoon-feeding you, some of it is legit. And the fact that you were trying to use that to get to me, to try to make me mad, just makes me think that much less of you. And the fact that you were trying to talk a bunch of smack about shit. Lance, okay, when I said I was Razortooth, did you ever once think maybe he's saying this shit to see if I'll actually be stupid enough to do all this shit without knowing that he's recording this? I don't record every conversation I have, Lance, but when it comes to people like you, who are gullible as shit, who will repeat things that they hear to try to sink someone or make someone mad, or to try to threaten someone into disappearing, then you're gonna be fucking damn right that I'm gonna record every tasty little second. Because I just want you to see the moment where you just, like, completely royally fucked yourself beyond the point of no return.
Knowing where we stand, but you and I will carry on. We never get
The Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group are excited to announce the grand opening of the Democratic Republic of China, a global government with your best interests at heart, and 100% slavery free. We want to welcome you to become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China by sending in a citizenship request to immigration@protonmail.com. Because of the fact the Democratic Republic of China is a global government, you don't even have to move unless you want to, because you do have the right to freedom of movement. Also by the multiple books on the Democratic Republic of China on San and the Not in Service series. We also have the Triggered series available on Amazon.com. All proceeds go to make your life worth so much more and to support the Ahn ShinAe Show and Penwanga Entertainment Group. Remember, citizenship is free and buying these books are voluntary. But you will be blessed for many lifetimes because you helped someone else to be their better selves. By the Not in Service books, Triggered books, or the China books, studying and definitely become a citizen of the Democratic Republic of China right now.